Hey guys. Jimmy Pitt's printing so hard right now. Of course. Things are well, Wookie. Yeah, Fubo got above 63 yesterday. Jimmy's gonna be worth so much with all that BTC. BTC is down a little bit today. Dollars up. They would have been worth more with the cash. Okay, so did you emphasize 363 for Fubo? Yeah. It closed exactly there. I know. I know. This isn't my first rodeo. I love you. Why is Pickles Picks always right? I don't know. I think I'm just maybe like good at this. What was the Fubo prediction? How does one get these Pickles Picks? I literally just said it on stream yesterday. But also Dillionaire. Dillionaire's a way that we do that. Can you please call the Fubo closing price for a second day in a row? 390? Is 390 important? 390 was important. Yeah, 390 is important. 390 and 460. I think both of those kind of matter a little bit. You get no tax on Ko-Fi now? I don't know. That's a good question. Uh, WeBull's earnings weren't too bad. Thoughts on GME? They took a bunch of their cash and they turned it into pretend cash. Where's the info about membership? Membership's on the YouTube. The thing on the Ko-Fi is a joke. Or extremely serious, depending on if you want to buy it or not. Sorry, I'm just trying to manage some future shit. I think I'm good now. Surely RC knows that's pretend cash with no value and not real cash, right? Does he? Nice take. I mean, it's kind of what they did. BTC's down today. But I would imagine that correlation with BTC as an asset would increase. Again, not that it's a real asset, because it has no tangible value. The river doesn't really run dry as much anymore because RC diluted the fuck out of the stock. You guys remember that? I do. I do. Woo, back under 25. Nice. There's not a lot of support at 20. There's some support down at 59.10. That was kind of a neat start to things, though. I remember where I was the day they sold us out during the second run up, like 4 years ago. Yeah, and then the like sixth and seventh run up too. Discord audio? Oh shit. Did I not? Oh, yeah, my bad. I don't mean to be obtuse, but what's the difference between the real asset value of gold, industrial, versus BTC? Gold's got, several millennia of monetary, like strong monetary support, versus BTC, which has been around since, most of us were like 13. Oh, what's up, Nuke? Hmm. Still bot puts 25, 30, 35. Some out of the money bot puts that came in. There's a bunch of sold puts at 20. But if we slip below those, well, it looks like right back to 5,900. Who killed the pump? The bulls. Are they selling calls in the money? 30 and 25 a little bit. They're not adding a ton of sold calls there, but there's some coming in. What they are doing is buying puts below 20, where the short puts are. 20 and there's some short puts at 15 too. But they're buying puts down here. 59.10, 5900. I don't know. There's still support at 20 though. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. Hey Nuke, what's up, man? Pump into FOMC minutes? Well, they tried that at open, because they got the open above 25. Although it doesn't appear that it was very successful. Doesn't it NVIDIA earnings create a passive flow death spiral? I don't think they're going to be that bad. Ooh, we're getting under 20 again. Oh, this is a little slippery. I've been doing pretty well using stops. Quite a bit better when VIX isn't at 50. That's good to hear, man. Could scalp like 10% or so conservative stops, then I run out of settled cash. No, that's pretty good. 10% a day is fantastic. I mean, that's not going to scale, but it's very good. Ha! Scale? I don't need to worry about that. Okay. Alright, fair enough. When I do the scale, I'll just buy a bajillion straddles every night and be like Papa Glorp. Hey, listen, I actually need this to test 5900 so I can get out of that fucking straddle. I could use that too. Oh, nice. Same boat. So I can go back to building new features on Grandma Strike. Fresh cookies from Grandma Strike. There's gonna be so many fresh cookies. If we test 5900, I'll become a zillionaire. Okay. If we test 5900, I probably won't close my put. Then be pissy that we can't support. There's quite a lot of support there. I don't know. Slipping the collar is not great, though. Wait, don't say that there's support. There's support here at 20. You know, slipping the collar isn't great. I mean, it's not. That means straight to zero. That seems excessive. Hmm. Can you play a bull song so we drop faster? Mm, no. Just need to lose like 17 here. 1750-ish. Can we show the picture I sent you? Hold on. In DMs? Hmm. No. It's really cool. Yeah, I see that. But then I have to explain what it is, and we're not ready for that yet. Where do babies come from? I thought you worked for the post office. Do you not know? I mean, if you don't know, none of us do. Oh yeah, the stock obligations warehouse. Hmm. I really don't want us to bounce here. Volatility gets so spicy to the downside. I mean, if it is a bounce, it's very low volume. This is a retest at 59.2750, which we did slip a little bit overnight, but this morning we got the 59.52 test on ES, which we rejected off of, which is just another rejection on the way up. Wait, what's the deal with ETF FTDs next week? They start this week for GME. Is that what you're talking about? Hmm. What's up? Mm, ES is pushing down again. Hmm. There goes 17. EFGF snapping up to spot so quickly, not so good. No, not great. Although I am a little worried about them selling the 59.15 put in the money here, since we're not dropping very quickly. We could pick up more momentum to the downside. Like under 15 vol picks up a lot, but until we get that breakdown, this is kind of shitty. Dollar's moving down a bit. Yields at the top end are moving back up again. 20 years back above 5%. Bitcoin's down 1.15% today. Hmm. I guess I could close my straddle here. Worst comes to worst. I'm slightly in the money. Any thoughts on the oil sector? Hmm. Currently? Hmm. Not a lot, no. What do you want to know? Usually buy Zom down here at support and swing trade it. Barrel looks weak at the moment, though. I don't know. I feel like we have enough. We probably have more than enough geopolitical bullshit going on that um, the price per barrel will likely stay around where it is, like 58 to 62, somewhere in there. With ZOM, I'd be more worried about the S&P than I would the price of oil per barrel. End of day price target on GME. I'm not sure when to close puts, expiring this Friday. It's got some support around like 32. A little bit of support at 32, but that's also gamma max. So losing that level could be quite bad. And pull back to even like 30 or lower. Are we at a place where we can decommission old live data? I don't know. What do you think? Hopefully, no one uses it still. I think I know one person who might still be using it. Hmm. Come on, do it. Let's see what's missing. There must be a reason why someone's still using the old one. There is. I don't know if it's valid though. All right. T might be my favorite stock. It's been pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. I've enjoyed owning it. We need to turn on the eyeball feature. Can we do that today? Turn on where? Oh shit! 1 second. No, we can't. But give me a second. I'll DM you. All right. I was just looking on SPX. Well, we just lost 59.12, so it looks like the 5,900 test is underway. I'm not really sure if, yeah, I'm not really sure if the collar is very supportive. It'd be interesting with some European leaders. Rubio says U.S. refuses visas to foreign officials behind online censorship. What the fuck? What online censorship? I'm not here tomorrow. I just want to say happy birthday, Gurk. What's up, Proving Crown? How you doing, man? Happy birthday to you too. The Trump administration is checking people's social media accounts for posts they don't like. Oh, okay. Yeah. So do censorship and then accuse other people of it? It's pretty standard. Glad I didn't use my only super sticker on the birthday chat. Totally not fascism, right? Yeah, no, of course not. What? Fascist governments are very fond of being critiqued. You're an idiot, Bob. It's unfortunate, but true. I don't know how you ended up being one. But here we are. Hey, beta guys. Nuke's gonna put a thing in the chat for you. And for all you former pigeon whales, get fucked. SPX gods demand more blood. Poopy was not enough. Interesting. Thank you for your PP every day. I woke up late last night and saw you writing at 3 a.m. in the morning. Were there news for this drop? Or just a hard rejection off of the top? It was a pretty hard rejection on the upside futures test, 59.52, which we discussed yesterday briefly. Can we retest it today? Maybe later in the day? We have we have some shit going on. We have FOMC minutes. We have NVDA earnings tonight, GDP tomorrow. So there's plenty of things to get the ball rolling. Thank you, Anonymoth. If we're more pigeon wheel, ouch. We love you, Zaddy. Blood in, blood out, Proven Crown. Blood in, blood out. No, I mean that's just still where the beta chat is, so I'm mostly just fucking with you guys. Any changes in OI? Are we gonna get another test of 40 today? There's still a shitload of bot puts to the downside. It doesn't look like we're getting back to 40 now, but positioning might break up later. Yeah, the drop off's been slow. I feel like moving down here and like actually testing the color is pretty significant. Hmm. Thanks, Proven Crowd. Market's so annoying. Most dips are like 0.5%. Moves up are 2%. It's a bit excessive. But yes, things are bullish right now. Didn't we drop like Wait, we're literally we're literally lower than where we dropped from last week. So the move down was 3%. And the move up so far has been 2.76. McChuggets, listen, man, your 900 Cs on UNH are not printing. About 700 calls. That also sounds like hot garbage. Do you think we could break past 5,900? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Like losing the collar means all of that call delta is going back out of the money, which I feel like isn't insignificant. I mean, it's maybe not very significant, but thought I could make you laugh. It's worked so far. I don't actually think you have 900 calls though, or I really just hope you don't. I guess. So there's bot puts below us. 5905, 5900, 5895. A few at 5890, but not a lot. And then 5885 and lower is all sold puts. Collars at 5905. We're just slipping under it here. Uh, we'll fight hard for the collar. I mean, maybe. I don't know. We've got a lot of consolidation to the on the downside move, but puts keep piling in out of the money, so I don't really know if it matters. What put did you buy, Nuke? How have you not printed? I got it at like 58.19. So I sold around 59.08. Ah, okay. I I assume you made some money off of that. Okay, that's good. Been a while. What's the long-term market outlook? Long-term, 1 to 2 years. I mean, I honestly don't think anybody knows right now. Or anybody who says they have an idea is just full of shit. We don't know what's going to happen with tariffs. We don't know what's going to happen with the Russian-Ukraine conflict now. There's far too much uncertainty to make any kind of reasonable or accurate prediction. Increased uncertainty and heightened volatility. Rosolio, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Or, well, welcome back. Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it all we cry. Slapping bits, selling rips. IB's high, so am I. Degenerates don't head, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Good or doom, ain't no in between. Appreciate the honesty. Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't really know what else to say about it. Hmm. It's good to see you back, man. Hmm. Is there anything bullish for like a break up here? There's bot calls at 59.10, but that seems to be about it. No, I'm not watching Vance speaking. Or he's the fucking vice president. Why would I care what he has to say? When did we start caring about the vice president? On a serious note, you think Coin is looking to fill the gap anytime soon? What gap? You know, I'm not going to say that looks very good. At least on the technical side. It looks like it's coming back down. Hmm. You know what? Quite possibly. Bitcoin's getting smacked a bit today. I won't. And why would I? Thank you for what? It's never done anything for me. You went to Greenland? I would argue that they found the only person that's a slightly worse candidate than Trump and made him vice president. Did Trump pick JD Vance to lower his chances of getting impeached or assassinated? One of the two. I figured that's what you meant, McChuggets. Okay, GS, how would I infer that sold puts are closing? Where are sold puts closing? Sold puts aren't closing. So you wouldn't be able to infer that. If they were, how would I tell? Did you read the docs? Somewhat. Not very much if you can't answer that. You have to read the docs. If you thought a put were being sold below spot, then the IV on the strike would probably decline as the put volume increased. Hmm. Is that a fucking bird? Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to trade this motherfucking contract. Is there a warbler loose in your bedroom now? It fucking sounds like it. I think there's like a bird on my windowsill or something. It's loud as fuck. Wonder if I could get my cat to eat it. Hmm. Your cat can catch the bird flu, so be careful. Yeah? Is that something I don't know if that's something I need to be worried about. The bird can catch the cat flu. Starting to get more sold puts to the upside of spot. 59.10, 15.20. Hmm. 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 So it's either NVIDIA saves the market or we die. I don't know. They're selling a lot of in the money puts here, which makes me think they're gonna probably try to push things up a little bit. I'm also getting a little bit of profit taking on the sold puts. I remember partying in high school at the end of the night and trying to find a place to sleep. End up waking up using a rug as a blanket and your shoe as a pillow. We were peaking and didn't know it. That's actually not inaccurate. Hmm. Hmm. Volatility is still really not coming down much. They're buying the 59.10 call a bit. Hmm. Fuck. Having trouble with GFDF. Yeah, a bit. You're not wrong. Well, it does put a lot of negative gamma to the upside. Oh, we've got the fucking auction right now. Um, the Fed survey, 73% of Americans said they were doing okay or comfortable financially. Little change from 2023. Public viewed inflation prices, top financial concern for 24. Perceptions of local and national economies improved in 2024, but was still net negative. 29% said the economy was good or excellent, down from 2019's 50%. 60% said price changes make the financial situation worse versus 65% in 2023. In 2024, 79% said they changed their behavior in response to higher prices. 2024, 63% said they could cover a $400 emergency with cash or equivalent, a little small change from 2023. And then Pulte, now in the news, said Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac could be worth trillions of dollars. Oh, I can't believe that dipshit's in a position of power. It's legitimately frightening. I think this might be starting to bottom out. I love you like a brother slash sister, even though you've tried to hide the mustard line from us. On a side note, I'm wondering if you could put a lizard eye on RKLB and how the upward potential is looking. Doesn't feel like love. There's a little bit of room to the upside outside like 30. Do we have data on that? It's above gamma max. But gamma's flat here. That's weird. Hey, Jork, you see that? It's doing that thing where Gex is flat. A little bit of room to the upside still. But like resistance at 30, which I think it already tested. Yeah. Vol seems like it's starting to come down a bit. But I don't know. Could trade between like 26 and 34. There's really nothing stopping it. It fell under 26, a little bit bearish. Um, Might be like an opportunity for call selling over like the 10 day. Yeah, not too much delta to the upside of spot either. A little bit at 30, but easier for things to slip back. You have a fix? Oh, okay, cool. Looks like it might be like near a local top, I would say. What do you think our possible low is today? We're probably pretty close to it. 5900's got a lot of support, so yeah, I would say it's likely that we're near or at it. At least pre FOMC. Support crazy at 5900. It's pretty decent. You can't just call out the bottom like that. You mean the night before? Why not? Hmm. Back to 25 then. Uh, no, we have resistance to the upside. I don't think we just go, like, snap right back to 25. There's a bit of call buying at the 59.10 strike. And then there's a bunch of sold calls at 15, so that's still a thing. Mhm. Attention, I bought calls for the first time. It's going to 5,800. I warned you. There's bot calls, bot puts at 59. Still bot puts down to 95. Um, we're not accumulating more puts, but the 5,900 puts largely have not taken profit. I will say that the in the money puts from earlier at like 35, 30, 25, 20, those aren't seemingly going anywhere right now. They're still just open, so. Rack, ever since I learned you have a number one love song and have deliberately chosen to withhold it from me, it's never been the same. The rift is too vast. How could you do this to me? I have to keep some things for me. Otherwise, I don't know. It's just bullshit. I just wanted to create arbitrary mystery. It's not the Tendy Man song. I'm glad I dumped Jimmy. That piece of shit dropped like a rock. I told everyone to sell the news this morning. I'm glad that was correct. It was like massively overextended anyway. What was the news? They bought GME. Or BTC, sorry. They bought like a bunch of BTC this morning. At these prices? Yeah. So he bought it at the highs? Of course. No, they literally had the like fucking press release today that they bought BTC. They probably have to disclose their cost basis at earnings. Is companies saying they bought BTC, the new company saying AI in earnings calls? Probably. Yeah. That was insane when I full ported BTC at 1K. Then I became a multimillionaire and not multimillionaire many times over the next decade. Do we break below 5905 and hold? Could we have a larger slip down? Or waiting till FOMC? I don't think we're going to lose 5900 before FOMC minutes. I don't know. Maybe the auction. If the 5-year auction's bad. But if it's good, Bulls will try to pump it back up again before FOMC. I think we get Trump in 5. Oh shit, do we? He's been so quiet lately. Fuck. Yeah, we do. Hmm. The CCCS play had time. Still does. But yeah, I kind of climbed back out of a hole yesterday. A little bit. Tungsten truck nuts? I can't believe they won't shortfall hard into FOMC minutes 5-year auction. I'd imagine the 5-year auction's scarier than the FOMC minutes. Redbook came in slightly positive this morning, which was maybe a bit surprising. The 2-year FRN came in at 0.144. Mm. No, I don't. This shouldn't be Vance. This should be Trump. So it puts out of the money? No. Still sold puts in the money at 10 and 15. And then big sold call wall at 15 as well. Easy or hard to go from 10 to 15? There's sold puts at 15 and a few coming in at 20. If the 10 calls get in the money, we might get some like out of the money put capitulation. Because there's still bot puts to the downside at like 5,900 and 95. Hmm. This guy's always late. He's doing the Putin thing where he shows up like an hour late to all his press conferences. Soft power. Why are these minutes published 2 weeks out all the time? Creating their own cycle. Minutes should be within 24 hours. Because they're reviewed and edited. But most, like almost all central banks have a delay on their minute report. Or at least the ones that disclose it do, which is not all of them. I sold some 15 puts. I should start doing the idiot trade again. Price action's boring. Mm. 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 Trader Joss, thank you so much, man. I see you kept your word. I guess we're $1 off. Any volume? No, not a lot. There's a little on NQ on the breakout, but weak, weak volume so far. We'll probably get a little bit of volume if we're able to get above the delta flip, though. Might squeeze off some of the sold calls, which so far are kind of holding tight, but the at the money ones aren't that intense. Like 15 is a little bit. Mostly everything's neutral positioned. Uh, but above 25, there's a lot of sold calls. Nope.
Her outstanding judicial record earned her the honor of being named the #1 judge in 1990 by the Independent Fund for Modern Courts. That's nationwide. Outstanding judge. The following year, Judge Janine was elected Westchester County District Attorney, became the top prosecutor in a jurisdiction that included some of the largest suburbs in New York City, including Yonkers and White Plains. It's a big deal. As District Attorney, Janine tackled high-profile violent crime cases and established one of the nation's most successful cybercrime units to combat online child abuse. She was way ahead of a lot of people. They still aren't there, if you get right down, I mean, from what I hear. They're still not there in many cases back there where we come from. In addition to her stellar legal career, Janine also excelled in news media as you know, and she's become one of the most beloved political figures through her time on television, because she's been very, very successful at a thing called television. She got out of what she was doing, and frankly, she does them both great, but she's really, to me, she'll always be known as a great lawyer and a great prosecutor, which is what she's doing now. So Janine Pirro, I have no doubt, will be an exceptional U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia, one of the truly most important positions in our country, of any position, where she will restore public safety in our nation's capital, break up vicious street gangs and criminal networks, and ensure equal justice under the law. You'll see very, very big improvements in the D.C. area, that I can promise you. So I want to congratulate Janine. I want to congratulate you and Christine and your whole family on this undertaking. And as you know, Pam Bondi is doing an unbelievable job as our real leader in the fight against crime. And Pam heard about this, and Pam said, I'll have to find time for Janine. She doesn't have time to do this, but for Janine she did, and she's going to be doing the swearing in. So Pam, thank you very much for the great job you're doing and for swearing in our friend, Justice Janine. Good. Thank you. Come on up.
Oh, you're there.
There we go. I do solemnly swear
I, Janine Pirro, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Oh, I don't believe that.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and that I take this obligation freely,
and that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
of
the office upon which I am about to enter.
the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, both my friends for many years. Long ago, I went to law school to study about justice and to bring justice to victims of violent crimes, women, children, and the elderly. I fought to give them a voice in a system that was both blind and deaf to their concerns. I dedicated my heart and soul to making sure that there was a system that responded to them. My profile and my prosecutorial successes garnered public attention, and my life took unexpected turns. Through all of this, President Trump, you have remained as steadfast as one of my earliest supporters and champions. You never wavered. You were always steadfast, trustworthy, and confident. Today, Mr. President, you bring me back to my roots. And it is a larger arena, but no less an arena where we need justice, where we need to send a message that justice will be honored in the District of Columbia. And just last week, here in our nation's capital, two people on the brink of beginning their life had hopes and dreams that were never realized because a cold-blooded murderer made a decision to shoot them down on the streets on a cold, rainy night in our nation's capital. This will not go without just accounting. My voice should be heard loud and clear. No more tolerance of hatred, no more mercy for criminals. Violence will be addressed directly with the appropriate punishment. And this city will again become a shining city on a hill in an America that President Trump has promised to make great again and will make safe again. Mr. President, America thanks you, and I thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, boy. You just want to talk to him. I get it.
She's going to be fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank
There
you.
really-
Thank you.
There's no question, because there's no doubt. We have no doubt you're going to be fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on Russia. Mr. President, on Russia.
Mr.
President. On Russia, Mr. President.
Please.
Do you believe the Russians are being disrespectful when they say that your criticisms of Putin are simply an emotional response? And do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we're going to find out very soon. We're going to find out whether or not he's tapping us along or not. And if he is, we'll respond a little bit differently. But it'll take about a week and a half, 2 weeks. We have Mr. Witkoff is here, who's doing a phenomenal job, is dealing with them very strongly right now. They seem to want to do something, but until the document is signed, I can't tell you. Nobody can. I can say this. That I'm very disappointed at what happened a couple of nights now, where people were killed in the middle of what you would call a negotiation. I'm very disappointed by that. Very, very disappointed. Yeah, please.
You've called for an end to the Gaza war. Given the growing humanitarian crisis and the decision of Prime Minister Netanyahu to expand the military operation, do you have any frustration with his handling of the situation of the war?
No, we're dealing with the whole situation in Gaza. We're getting food to the people of Gaza. It's been a very nasty situation, very nasty fight. October 7th was a very nasty day, the worst that I think I've ever seen. It was a horrible day, and people aren't going to forget that either. So we'll see how that all works out. And Steve, would you want to say a couple of words about Gaza, because you just have some information? Steve Witkoff, do you want to come up for a second? You might give them a little bit of information as to what's happening with Gaza and also Israel. We're having some very good talks with Iran. We'll find out whether that means anything, but we're having good talks.
Congratulations. Well, hi everybody. I think that we are on the precipice of sending out a new term sheet that hopefully will be delivered later on today. The President is going to review it, and I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Mr. President, you said
It's having to do with Iran. We're having very good talks with
Mr. President, you said yesterday that Putin is playing with fire. What will be the consequences for Russia if Russia continues to
Well, I'm
attack?
not going to tell you exactly, but the words speak pretty loud. We're not happy about that situation. I think we're doing very well with Iran. I think we're doing very well with Gaza, but we are doing very well with Iran, and I think we're going to see something very sensible, because there are only two outcomes. You know what the two outcomes is: a smart outcome and there's a violent outcome, and I don't think anybody wants to see the second. But I think we've made a lot of progress, and we'll see. You know, they still have to agree to the final stages of a document, but I think you could be very well surprised what happens there, and it'd be a great thing for them. They could have a great country into the future. Yeah.
Mr. President, Elon Musk in a television interview criticized the one big, beautiful bill, saying he was disappointed it didn't cut enough, essentially, that it undercut the Doge efforts. What's your reaction to that?
Well, the reaction's a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting. We need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We had to get it through the House. The House was. We have no Democrats. You know, if it's up to the Democrats, they'll take the 65% increase. You know, if that doesn't get approved, this country is going to have a 65% increase in taxes and lots of other problems, big problems, almost bigger than that. But we'll have a 65% increase as opposed to the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill, but the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing. We're going to make people really be able to. We'll have the lowest tax rate we've ever had in the history of our country, and tremendous amounts of benefit are going to the middle-income people of our country, low and middle-income people of our country. So we're going to see what happens, because the Senate, as you know, is negotiating with us, and they have to then go back to the House, and, you know, it's got a way to go. But I have to say, Speaker Johnson and Thune have done an incredible job. John Thune has done a fantastic job, and they're working together with me and others. And I think we have an amazing, if we pull this off, remember, we have 0 Democrat votes because they're bad people. There's something wrong with them. You know, they'll let people pour into our country. Single biggest problem is we had 21 million people pour into our country, probably higher than that. And they're people that weren't supposed to be here. And many of those people are bad. Murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They were closing mental institutions all over the world, not South America, all over the world. They're coming into our country, and we're getting them out. And we're having a hard time because some judges aren't making it very easy for us, and it's tough enough. They approved that. They allowed that to happen to our country. We don't have one Democrat vote. And if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for this bill, and I'd get elected to any position I want as a Democrat. They're crazy. They're voting for a 65% tax increase. And they're only doing it for hatred. They're not doing it for any reason. They know it's terrible. Terrible politics, in my opinion. But so we have no Democrat votes. That means we have to get almost all Republican votes. And I think we're very close to doing that. I think it'll be very successful. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you have to open up your whole country. And because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till June 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th.
Go buy a put.
You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me, he said, we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive, and you ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number, and I go down a little bit, a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things, and you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high. They were doing no business whatsoever, and they were having a lot of problems. We were very nice to China. I don't know if they're going to be nice to us, but we were very nice to China. And in many ways, I think we really helped China tremendously because, they were having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. Go ahead. To me, that's the nastiest question. Wait a minute. Wait. Go ahead, please.
President Zelensky says he's ready to sit down with you and Vladimir Putin in Geneva, and it sounds like General Kellogg is working on preparations for that. Are you planning to sit down with the two of them?
Well, I will if it's necessary. It takes. We have to.
What's up, Dave?
I think I'm at this point. I wish you would have been that way a couple of months ago, but at this point, we're working on President Putin, and we'll see where we are. I think we're doing fine, but we'll see. I don't like what's happening. That's one thing I'll say. I don't like when I see rockets being shot into cities. That's no good. We're not going to allow it.
You've always said that the war never would have started if you were
Would have never
president,
happened, and it
yet he
didn't
doesn't seem
happen.
willing to do
I wonder if
anything
Basant
that
told
you
Trump
want
that
him
we
to
need the
do.
Ukrainian money
You
to
still
bail
believe that
ourselves
we
out.
wouldn't have launched the war?
No, we would have never had a war. We would have never had a war. If I were president, if the election weren't rigged, you wouldn't have had the war. You wouldn't have had the war. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had October 7th. That would have never happened because Iran was stone cold broke. They didn't have any money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah. You wouldn't have had that Afghanistan most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. You wouldn't have had any of it. You wouldn't have had inflation because energy costs. Look what happened. I brought inflation down to practically zero. And all of the groceries and all of the eggs and all of the things that you've been hearing about, they're back down. They're way down from where they were. I did something in 4 months that nobody's seen. And I have to say, in 4 months, and I said it before, and everyone's talking about it all over the world, we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. We're the only country anybody's even talking about. All right, please go ahead.
What stopped you from imposing new sanctions on Russia?
Only the fact that if I think I'm close to getting a deal, I don't want to screw it up by doing that. Let me tell you, I'm a lot tougher than the people you're talking about, but you have to know when to use that. If I think it's going to hurt a deal, this isn't my war. This is Biden's
Literally
war,
impose
Zelensky's
sanctions
war,
on
and
the
Putin's war. This
entire
isn't Trump's war.
planet.
I'm only here for one
Besides
thing, to see if I can
Russia.
end it, to save 5,000 lives a week and a lot of money, the money being much less important, because I made that money. I went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and we brought back $5.1 trillion. So I made that money in about 2 hours, the money that we're talking about, but it's still think of it, $300 billion we've spent with no checks, no balances. They just send cash. You can imagine what's happened to that money. I never saw anything like it in my life, but I'm more interested because I picked up $5.1 trillion and, by the way, got a beautiful, big, magnificent, free airplane for the United States Air Force, okay? Very proud of that, too. They tried to say, oh, it's Trump's airplane. Oh, yeah, sure. It's too big. It's frankly, it's too big, much too big.
When can we expect that to be the Air Force One?
Well, it's here already.
Yeah.
It's in the country. It's being refitted for military standard.
How much will it cost to refit it?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever it is, a hell of a lot less than building a new one. We're waiting too long from Boeing. Boeing has got to get its act together. Yeah.
Sir, on Nippon Steel, this arrangement that was just announced in the
Yeah.
golden share, is that an arrangement you would consider for TikTok as well?
Nothing to do with TikTok. Totally different kind of a deal. We'll have to get, to do it properly, we'll probably have to get China's approval.
Yeah,
China's
still a
never
bit
easy.
short of the
China's never
59, 27,
easy.
50
But I think,
retest.
I think we'll be able to save TikTok. I'd like to save TikTok. I mean, TikTok was very good to me. I won the young people by 37%. No Republicans ever won, and I won by 37%. And Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped, but Charlie Kirk helped also. Oh, he just happens to be here. Look at him. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped. But TikTok was amazing, and he was the first one. He said, "Get on TikTok." So I have a little bit of a warm spot. I know
It's not the
I shouldn't
meeting.
say quid
It's
pro
just the
quo.
minutes. They're probably
Put him
not
in
gonna
jail
be
for the rest of his
important
life.
at all.
Quid pro quo. No, TikTok was very good to me. I won young people. I don't know if it was because of TikTok, but it was something happened. No Republican has ever won they call them young people. Young people, you can define it a lot of different ways, but I won every age group in young people. And it never happened, and won by 37%. That's a lot. Yeah.
Back on Iran, did you warn Prime Minister Netanyahu against taking some sort of actions that could disrupt the talks there in a phone call last week?
Well, I'd like to be honest. Yes, I did. Next question, please.
Just last on sanctions.
I did, yeah.
If Senate Republicans want to push
It's not a warning. I said I don't think it's appropriate.
What exactly did you tell him? Did
I
you
just
caution
said
him?
I don't think it's appropriate. We're having very good discussions with him, and I said I don't think it's appropriate right now. Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with inspections and no trust. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. So no trust. I want it very strong where we can go in with inspectors, we can take whatever we want, we can blow up whatever we want, but nobody getting killed. We can blow up a lab, but nobody's going to be in the lab, as opposed to everybody being in the lab and blowing it up, right? Two ways of doing it. Yeah, I told him this would be inappropriate to do right now because we're very close to a solution. Now, that could change at any moment, could change with a phone call. But right now, I think they want to make a deal, and if we can make a deal, save a lot of lives.
When do you think a deal could happen on Iran?
On which?
A deal with Iran could happen. When do you
I don't know. I think over the next couple of weeks, if it happens. Yeah.
And on the, when could the administration resume the interviews for foreign students' visa? When do you think your administration could resume these interviews?
On what?
For the foreign student visa. Yesterday there was...
For the French visa?
For the French too, but
If we get support on the Delta fluff
For
here.
foreign visas? What are you referring? Foreign visas for what? Are you talking about for colleges? Okay, so you're off of Israel. Now you're talking about colleges, right?
Yes, no.
Okay. Well, we're going to see. Look, Harvard has been a disaster. They've taken $5 billion plus. $5 billion. Nobody knew that they were making this kind. If we didn't do this, we would have never found this out, Pam. They're taking $5 billion. And I'd rather see that money go to trade schools. And by the way, they're totally anti-Semitic at Harvard, as you know, and some other colleges too, in all fairness to them. And it's been exposed, very exposed. And I think they're dealing very badly. Every time they fight, they lose another $250 million. Yesterday, we found another $100 million. And they have, they have a fund, an endowment, $52 billion. All right? They get a lot of that from the United States. And I think it's ridiculous. I think everyone's coming up to me saying, we love the idea of trade schools with that kind of money, and money from others, but money from them. You can have the best trade schools anywhere in the world. You give them to Iowa, Indiana, lots of good states, well-run states, and you give them the money. They can only be used for trade schools, and they'll teach people how to build motors and cars and AI. The AI, we're building plants. We're building hundreds of billions of dollars worth of AI plants. Already started, many of them. We've never had a boom like we're having now. You're going to see it. There's never been anything like it. So we're up to about $14 trillion in investments. There's never been anything even close. You look at Biden, this guy, they had people leaving as opposed to investing. And they're doing it because of November 5th, and they're doing it because of the tariffs. The tariffs have been tremendous. I can promise you, and I have great respect for the people at the European Union, they wouldn't be over here today negotiating if I didn't put a 50% tariff on. The sad thing is now when I make a deal with them, it's something much more reasonable. They'll say, oh, he was chicken. That's so unbelievable. I usually have the opposite problem. They say, you're too tough.
Mr. President, on Harvard, there were some Jewish students protesting on campus yesterday. They said they don't want you making these huge cuts, cutting off student visas to Harvard in their name, because they feel
Harvard
like it
has
makes
to
them
show
more
us.
of a target.
Okay, Harvard has to show us their lists. They have foreign students, about 31% of their students foreign-based, almost 30. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come? And we're not going to, if somebody is coming from a certain country and they're 100% fine, which I hope most of them are, but many of them won't be, you're going to see some very radical people. They're taking people from areas of the world that are very radicalized, and we don't want them making trouble in our country. So I saw yesterday that in the middle of
there's still a lot of
UK,
fucking bot pits at
there was a
5900.
nice
like
young
a
man.
of them.
He wants to go back to school at Harvard, and he looked good to me, but I want to check his past. But we want to be able to see why, these countries aren't helping us. They're not investing in Harvard and all of we are. So why would 31%, why would a number so big? I think, number one, I think they should have a cap of maybe around 15%, not 31%. We have people who want to go to Harvard and other schools. They can't get in because we have foreign students there. But I want to make sure that the foreign students are people that can love our country. We don't want to see shopping centers exploding. We don't want to see the kind of riots that you had. And I'll tell you what, many of those students didn't go anywhere. Many of those students were troublemakers caused by the radical left lunatics in this country. All right, one more question.
President,
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Will you pardon the people who are accused of conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer?
I'm going to look at it. I will take a look at it. It's been brought to my attention. I did watch the trial. It looked to me like somewhat of a railroad job. I'll be honest with you. It looked to me like some people said some stupid things. You know, they were drinking, and I think they said stupid things. But I'll take a look at that. And a lot of people are asking me that question from both sides, actually. A lot of people think they got railroaded. A lot of people think they got railroaded. And probably some people don't. One more. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
How will the confrontation with Harvard end? Do you foresee?
I don't know. I don't know. Harvard's got to behave themselves. Harvard is treating our country with great disrespect, and all they're doing is getting in deeper and deeper and deeper. They've got to behave themselves. You know, I'm looking out for the country and for Harvard. I want Harvard to do well. I want Harvard to be great again, probably, because how could it be great? How could it be great when you have Harvard announced 2 weeks ago that they are going to teach remedial mathematics, remedial, meaning they're going to teach low-grade mathematics, like 2 + 2 is 4. How did these people get into Harvard if they can't do basic mathematics? How did they do it? I mean, people with 1,600 in their boards don't get in, and they're letting people in, and they're bragging about how they're teaching them basic mathematics. Where did these people come from? So we have to look at the list, and Harvard has to understand the last thing I want to do is hurt them. They're hurting themselves. They're fighting. You know, Columbia has been really, they were very, very bad what they've done. They're very anti-Semitic and lots of other things. But they're working with us on finding a solution. And, you know, they're taking off that hot seat. But Harvard wants to fight. They want to show how smart they are, and they're getting their ass kicked. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Headed right back out this door. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Head out. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Thank you.
Good luck, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Did that just happen? Yep. I don't think he said anything bearish. It's hard to tell. Thanks. We were all dumber than we were 30 minutes ago. Yeah. Yeah. Fed bid 9.6 billion for the 5-year. Total auction size is what is it? Hold on. Fucking wrote it down somewhere. 70. Hmm. Yeah, the 10-year is pushing up to 4.5 again. But the Fed would crash stocks to crash yields. The Treasury. Not the Fed. But they did the Europe thing and it didn't work at all. Yields went up. Still an awful lot of fucking puts bought to the downside here. Auctions in 7 minutes. Oh shit, guys. JD Vance just let everyone know that he owns a fair amount of Bitcoin. Trump proved to have no spine. Why would him threatening work more than 30 minutes? It didn't. That was the problem. That's why as fast as the EU rhetoric came out, it got pulled back. They don't want yields materially higher than they're at now. It's a very, very delicate balancing act. And the bond market doesn't give a shit. So it's even harder. It's very hard to influence the bond market, especially globally. You guys are funny. Tariffs are a bad idea. Trump always chickens out. How dumb is he? Which is it? Both. This is America. If you're gonna do something, fucking do it. Bad idea or not, at least have the balls to commit to it. I also have a lot of Bitcoin. If by Bitcoin you mean anxiety. After seeing all the Vance Minion memes, I can't see him normally ever again. Valid. Is the auction expected to do well because yields are going up? I mean, if the 5-year is illiquid above 4%, that's kind of a fucking problem. $4.075 prior to the auction, first spot. kind of a problem. Understatement of the year. Well, we almost failed, what, a 20 and a 7? So. Or no, it was the 20 and the 3, right? I think Discord might be muted or something. No. It is not. Settles at the closing price. That is different, however, for the AM expiries. Dealers took 9.24%. Bid to cover. A high yield was 4.071, so no stop through. Oh, no, 0.4 pip stop through. Yeah, fine. Liquid. No problems. If you find Gherk's content, help, and educational, please like the stream. Thank you. Thank you, Hamburger Helper. I appreciate that. If you guys don't mind. No, you fucking don't, AJ. You get me not banning you for another week. That's my offer. Puts letting go at the auction print. No, there's still a shitload of puts at 5,900. But some of the in the money puts closing. Thank you so much, Gorilla Mid. You could have added a comment with that. Mm. I'm going 59.25. We could. I mean, 20 and the test at like 23 aren't too difficult. Actually testing 25 might be a little harder. Where do you think we go? Maybe like 22, 23. We're going to start to run into a lot of resistance there. Yes, testing VWAP. Yep. Oh, shit. 1 second. I gotta answer that. Sorry. Just had to do some business things. So, what did we test? 17. Little rejection. Still a lot of bot pets. I'm assuming those aren't going to go anywhere until, well, probably not going to go anywhere until after FOMC, I'd imagine. Okay, cool. Joby, King Cobra gonna be so mad. What? Pretty grindy. I might get a QQQ straddle later for Lord Jensen. Probably not a bad idea. Can I buy shares instead of the calendar options you bought on CCCS? I mean, I guess if you want to own the... I don't know that much about the company, so, I mean... I guess you could if you want to own the underlying, but you probably want to do some diligence. Because I didn't do any fucking research into, like, the company itself. Purely based on positioning. What's going on with you? I have no idea. Is it doing stuff? It's up 15%. Looks like they had decent earnings recently. And they haven't had any news for a while. Joby got a $250 million investment from Toyota. Gamma Strike cookies fresh out of the oven. Ooh, fuck. did the thing. Wait, do another one. Oh. That's fucking hot. What should I do with the fruit at the bottom of my yogurt? Throw it out. It's just sugar. It's not good for you. Opposite problem. Bit of yogurt at the bottom of my fruit. At least I think it is. Are Fruit Loops good for you? No. Hmm. Head and shouldering. Hmm. Well, we failed the trend, so I guess we'd be building out maybe some bullish consolidation here. There's a bit of profit taking at the 17 test. They're still in the money bot puts. A few of them. But we have time. I mean, I don't expect today to be super. I'm surprised we got such a fucking big drop into into the open, but I don't expect the rest of our time before the minutes to be very exciting, and probably won't be very exciting afterwards either. Yes, rejected its first test of VWAP since this morning. NQ not as much though. NQ's holding up a little bit better. Close my condor at 80% for the day. Nice. Loving the learning and the GS levels. Thanks, man. You got it, dude. Happy to help. Is there a reason Delta on GXX is flat up to 59.30? Contested strikes. But yeah, I mean, Delta's gains in Delta there are kind of flat. Sold puts, sold calls of those strikes. It's not completely flat. It's just not very good. Mm. Yeah, 19 minutes until the minutes are out. No, I'm not playing NVIDIA earnings. I'm not directly playing NVIDIA earnings. Is that better? Will the minutes be bullish? I mean, I don't think they're going to be particularly bearish. Unless the Fed starts talking a lot about recession. But honestly, I don't think they're I don't think the Fed and the Treasury are aligned enough right now that that's a thing. That's an immediate concern. 36 counterparties take 173.64 billion at repo. We got what, 2 trading days till end of month? So that should probably just keep going up at this point. Is 25 possible to test? Yeah. Probably won't break out of the 5900 to 5925 range again until after the minutes, though. So you have to see how things reposition. They're likely to. Things are likely to reposition. I already have a 620, 578p, and a prayer. Assuming since I have that, then out of the money call would be a good idea to help balance it out, or should one not let existing positions dictate future positions? I mean, you're describing like just hedging, which seems perfectly valid given that you have a long dated put. What's hedging? Why do our butts have spicy receptors? I don't know if they do. You mean like you've eaten chili oil, right? Yeah, it doesn't make my butt spicy. What's up, Gherkin? What's up, man? Chili dog will, though. I don't know if I believe that either. What's wrong with your butt? Maybe you should eat more fiber, and that way the capsaicin is bound to something that's not your butthole upon exit. I need to make a better habit of getting out when they're green. That's usually a good idea. I'm gonna quit buying the Charmin with cumin. Nice. Hmm. If you've never felt spice on the way out, you haven't lived. I don't know, maybe I don't eat things that are that spicy. That or your bidet has a short setting where it sprays just the circumference of that anus with aloe-treated water. If it does, I'm not aware of that setting. Hmm. No, 1 minute cup and handles are not valid. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, whoops. Well, it fucked that up. Hold on. You guys ever have two credit cards with the same last four digits, and then you get them mixed up? No. No. What's your super secret TQQQ indicator look like? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Still slightly bullish. What are they so we can see how close we are? Dad, have you ever smoked hash? No. You could have stopped that sentence that you guys ever have 2 credit cards. That's not, no. Good stuff. Saw a recession almost as likely as main forecast. Ooh. All participants commented on the risk that inflation could prove more persistent than expected. Staff projection for 2025-26 was weaker than their estimate at the March meeting. Participants noted that a durable shift in such correlations or diminution of perceived safe haven status of U.S. assets could have a lasting implications for the economy. Staff cited tariff policies as implying a larger drag in activity than policies they had assumed in their prior forecasts. The committee voted to renew dollar and foreign currency swap lines. Hmm. Trust this rally. Hmm. Pushing some of the sold calls in the money here. So no rate cuts? It's not a decision. There was already a decision to not cut rates prior to this. We didn't fill both downside gaps. There's still one at 1055. What they're saying makes near-term cuts very unlikely. Cuts are unlikely all the way into the end of the year. Fed fund futures are pricing in basically no cuts by the end of one to no cuts by the end of 2025. This was a known quantity. My food's here. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. So, minutes are out. They weren't particularly bad. I mean, I don't think they said anything that we didn't expect. Some of the in the money puts trimmed a bit. It looks like some more puts were sold at 15. But those seem to be the only significant changes. Interestingly, there's enough gamma to the upside to move up quite a bit. We're just not doing it. Have we started loading up on NVIDIA leaps again? No. I don't think I'm buying the 6GP this time, though. If I do. Yeah, 80 or 100. But, I don't think I'd buy them right now. I don't really know if it'd be worthwhile. I don't have anything on NVIDIA right now. I don't think Fubo switching auditors has any... I mean, it's not... It's probably not materially significant. More likely a condition of the merger. Now the gaps are filled to the downside. Do you have SPX calls? No, but I sold some 5,900 puts earlier. And 59.15. Those are a bit more questionable. Mm. I feel like unless they really just surprise the shit out of everybody. There's a good chance that there's just a bunch of vol crush. Like, I could see it going up to, like, 45 overnight. But I could see it opening back at, like, 135 again. Pretty easily. Just don't play it. Don't play NVIDIA earnings. Wait till after. Why does everybody want to buy options when they're the most expensive? NVIDIA's been climbing all day. It's been climbing for 2 weeks. 3. Here's a fun thing. When I tell you guys that, like, dispersion's ramping up, that means everybody and their mother is pumping the fuck out of tech. So you can also just go long with breakdown and correlation. And then you have more money. I think I legitimately bottom ticked NVIDIA, but then I sold 2 days later. Why did you? It went up like 30% in like 2 days. And it was still like it was still unclear whether, they were pulling back the tariffs on China at that time. We just short Carvana at 330. I don't know. I know a bunch of people that shorted it when it failed 310. That didn't work out very well. Still not the second half of the year yet. That guy. The siren song of convexity. I don't know how to long dispersion or whatever it is you're talking about. You sell puts on the index and you go long the underlying. Typically. So what happens is you end up getting like single stock IV gets pushed higher. And then like the index volatility becomes suppressed. And that like compresses implied correlation. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. So as implied correlation gets crushed down, you start to get like well, the pricing inefficiencies start to erode due to arbitrage, and you get alpha decay in the position. And when all the alpha is decayed away and index volatility is kind of as low as it's going to reasonably go, there's a window there where picking stocks is really, really super important. When you're doing like the dispersion trade, you don't care what stocks you pick as long as they're really heavily weighted in the index. Unless you picked UNH, in which case you got fucked. All I heard was buy NVIDIA when the dispersion trade ramps up. Well, no, I mean Apple, Tesla, those were all really good. Yeah, Mag 7. And then usually as the alpha and the ARB get kind of dissolved in that trade, you'll start to see bigger like sector moves as people take profit on the dispersion trade and try to move into sectors to improve their potential performance. That could be why MSTR goes down when BTC and the QQQ is up. No, MSTR has other dynamics going on. I mean, it's sure some of it, but Apple does move a little slower, but the positioning on it's usually more durable. People love to buy just tons of Delta on Apple. In that case, would you recommend TQQQ? TQQQ is fine. I mean, you don't have to really manage it, but the performance on individual equities is way fucking better. Like the push into dispersion became really noticeable after like April 20th, 21st. And NVIDIA's up like 43% from there. Whereas, actually, you know what? TQQQ is doing pretty fucking good too. Notionally, not as good, but percentage-wise, I guess TQQQ is all right. I don't like the vol decay on it, but sure, yeah, you could. 75%. Okay, outperformed NVIDIA, but I'm not sure it's outperformed everything. Maybe it has. Hmm. You know what? Yeah, TQQQ is not too bad. I mean, you don't understand all the risk, but I think I'm confusing indexes and ETFs. Yeah, TQQQ is a leveraged QQQ ETF. So it's a leveraged version of it's a leveraged ETF that tracks an ETF, which then tracks an index. The only problem I have with TQQQ is, like, I would have to look at how volatility evolves over time on it. Because it's so derivative already. Like, I don't think you get the bonus and volatility that you get from going long the actual underlying. Because remember, as the index vol comes down, the single equity vol goes up. Which means if you're buying longer dated calls with a lot of potential Vega exposure, your returns could outperform just the notional day over day change. Yeah, it's the daily compounding, but I thought we had slightly more red days than that, but I guess not. No. I mean, you don't want to, if you're trading dispersion, you don't want to buy and hold equities either. You want to be long the equities until there's no more money to squeeze out of the price disparity. It's horrifically bad to just jump a bunch of money into TQQQ. There's a bunch of things you need to know about it. Can you just make it a pickles pick? What, dispersion trading? Usually pickles picks are defined, like defined risk, defined price target. I don't think I'm particularly enamored with the idea of just having open-ended trades in there. Like, what am I going to say? Hey, I'm going to short this sector. Good fucking luck. I feel like the time to dump a bunch of money into TQQQ was when I told you guys that my indicator had flipped bullish. Which I never should have told anybody, but I did. That was on April 22nd. Can you start putting swaps into Pickles picks? What kind of darts are you talking about? I'll pay attention more next time. It's okay. I bought 5 puts on GME this morning at open. And then I got stopped out of them. Like, fucking 10 minutes later. I'm reporting you to ICE? For what? Being an American? I'm just shill. If nobody shorts it, how's it going to go back up again? Fundamentals. I love all the companies going out and buying BTC to let every investor on the planet know that their core business is failing so hard that they've run out of options. It's like if you were invested in a tech company and they were like, hey, we're going to sell everything and just buy Apple. Does this look like it's going to break upward or downward? It looks like we're stuck here. GDP tomorrow. NVDA tonight. I don't know. Maybe we push up into earnings. End of day. But it's not power hour yet. Didn't Microsoft kind of do that? Huh? You're referring to GME. Yeah, I am. I'd rather give GME my cash to buy bonds instead of buying them myself. Yeah, I fucking hate making the full amount of a return that I could make. It's almost always better to take like a quarter of what you could get and just let someone else do the work. It's so fucking hard to click 3 buttons and buy your own fucking bonds. You could just click 3 buttons and buy GameStop and get fractional returns on those bonds. I want to buy some NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, maybe Google too. VO3 is sick. You really want to just full port into the dispersion trade when it's topped out, huh? All right. Sounds like you got some money burning a hole in your pocket. He is a rich homie. That's true. Bonds aren't real. Yes, they are. You're not real. Hold up. Where's the bond store? Treasurydirect.gov. I mean, I guess you could technically go to your bank, and if they have like in-person brokerage services, you could buy bonds at your bank location or broker physical location. I think they're launching FNGB or some shit. Or no, they shut down FNGA and opened FNGU. But I think the current ticker is FNGB. I'm glad you explained the dispersion trade. I learned something. Dope. Glad to hear it. After you see your in-person broker, you can open a passbook savings account. It is burning a hole in my pocket. I can tell. Just remember that other people bought the things that you want to buy right now for 30% less 3 weeks ago. Oh shit. Someone say something? That was fucking wild. See if all those puts close. Ooh, they are. There's still some puts at 59.05 though. Hmm. That was interesting. I don't think there was any news. I assume this bounces back. There was Russia news. Yeah, but like nothing important. I don't think it's from the Ukraine stuff. I think the 5,900 puts just wanted to close. There were still like 2,800 of them. They did close. If they close, then we pump in. That's what I said. What did they bounce this to? Don't know. But there's not gonna be all those puts at 5,900 weighing down on shit anymore. I did get to sell some more of the 59.15 puts for $18. So that was nice. $59.15 for today. Yeah. I sold a couple earlier too. But I just sold like 2 more. You're brave. I sheepishly sold just one 58.95 put on the dip. I didn't think it was that brave. Just averaging down. I wanted to move my break even down. I sold the ones earlier today at like $10, so selling a few at 18 is kind of nice. Balances shit out a bit. Just a giant stop loss hunt. Was the puts. The puts got shaken out. Isn't that averaging up? I guess because it's a credit, sure. Like, caused the big drop in the first place? Ah, enough calls finally took profit that the hedge collapsed, or just futures sellers. The futures volume spike was nuts. Kenny's tired of being overexposed to sold puts. Do you believe that news drives market moves? Yeah, it absolutely does. There's a bunch of funds that algorithmically trade news. They try to close GME over 10% down. Why not? It's still worth more than it should be, so. You guys would all make a lot more money off your GME if you understood when it was overvalued. GME trading above NAV, basically. How dare you? Hopes and dreams are priceless. No, Cohen's probably not going to dilute. Well, not directly dilute. We might be able to get a... We might be able to get a 20 test. I don't know. Let me look. There's still a lot of sold calls to the upside. Have to see if that's shifting. As many of the bot pets that kind of closed here, I don't feel like we got a big enough shift in the pullback on the sold calls. Maybe we get some like profit taking and then bulls try to push higher. What about Fubo? Is it worth less than it should be? Methinks yes. Don't forget that they're gonna dilute the fuck out of it in order to merge with Disney. I think Fubo's undervalued right now if the merger gets blocked. Probably can use some of my Roth IRA for a house deposit. Like a down payment. Nice. Fubo got rights to the Yankees, which is actually dope. I don't know how they did it. They've been really fucking good at that all along. Like, their ability to get, like, broadcast contracts with individual sports teams has been astounding. Bot calls coming in at 15 and a few at 20. But also some bot puts coming in. The 15 puts are getting crushed. Which is just so cool. What happened there? A little whoopsie. So like someone kind of yoinked the rug, and then everyone closed all their puts. Like a full-on reversal here. This is getting some nice momentum. Just doing some 3-0 testing. It's going good. Making me feel good. Nice. Especially in my downstairs area. This is how I know we're gonna make it big, Dork. Because someday we're gonna have to explain all the things we say now to other people. The cockles of my cockles, you could say. You haven't lived until you've testified in front of Congress. I want to see how expensive NVDA event ball is on SPX contracts. I don't know. I'd have to look tomorrow. Or tonight, later. As long as a gauge of straddling tonight would be worth it. Most of the upcharge is due to the event vol from GDP, not just NVIDIA earnings. Mr. Gherkin, yes or no? Is it true that on February 12th, 2027, you told Mr. Dork, and I quote, "Your uncircumcised penis looks like an elephant trunk, you fucking trog." Yes or no, Mr. Gherk? Define elephant trunk. It's okay. I know how to not answer questions in front of Congress. The GDP numbers should just be good. Still a lot of bot calls above us. Some bot puts, 15, 20. Sold puts at 10 and 5,900. I think there's still a few bot puts at 5,905. It's really hard to get above 15.
Silliest potty put their pickle in my jar. I think I top tick the exit on my calls.
1 second.
5.
Gamma tops out around like 35, 40, so just have to get over the hump at 20 to get support. Almost an inverse head and shoulders on ES. What did I say? Oh, dang. Trump's saying crazy things. What did he say? Wait, where? $313. Trump orders U.S. chip designers to stop selling to China. Hmm. Is he worried about NVDA earnings cock-rocketing yields? Oh, like the gamma on the 0DT chain tops out to the upside around like 35 or 40. Tricky. I'll take it at 19, 19. I love how I have like multiple DMs of the thing Trump said, and then one's just RFK ingesting methylene blue. Classic. He blew himself so often. Is there any value in watching the SVX chain over the SVXW chain? The neutrals are quite different there. And the intraday gamma is set up differently with interest at 6,000. Sometimes closer to like OPEX, closer to the AM expiration, it can get a little bit more active. Also, flip points aren't neutrals. I think I forgot to tell you because I've been dealing with a fucked up work situation for the past couple of months. Briefly dated the potential future Surgeon General about 9 years ago. You did tell me, actually. But excellent way to drop the brag again. Okay, good. So you're going straight to Guantanamo, I assume? No stops? Yeah, on the overnight charts they are the neutrals are different. Positioning on the AM contracts usually much larger. So it is influential, but it's usually much more spread apart. Usually you'll only see a lot of interest at major strikes, like 6,000, 60-25, 60-50, shit like that. As you get closer to the AM expiry, though, it will start to fill in more around spot. I think it ended semi-amicably. Oh, okay. Well, that's neat. Why aren't you trying to be Surgeon General? If you answer, I don't want to check Trump's prostate, I would accept that. He's a dick doctor. Yeah. So? I don't think that Penis Surgeon General would be a great title. Imagine the poor soul that has to give Trump his colonoscopy. He probably just farts the whole time. You have to stay attentive at all times of the day. Trading to grab the nuggets. Alright. Sorry, that's the McDonald's breakfast. Worked for 2 surgeon generals for 8 years under both Trump 1 and Biden as public health corps officer. Nice. Yeah, it's just like a constant airflow. Why does everyone keep capitalizing taco? Ah. Who calls upon me? Hey, Taco Squire. Are we streaming NVIDIA earnings for old time's sake? I don't know. Yeah, you can if you want to. Probably find a link for it even. Oh, this isn't great. Still a shitload of sold puts at 5,900. Some bot calls there too. Bot calls at 59.10 haven't closed. Although, I don't really know if they want to sell with IV here. Maybe. I wonder if we just fall into 5,900 and get stuck. If you don't have Taco Tuesdays, today's the day for redemption. Bull's out of gas. I thought they had a good shot at breaking 20. It was just profit taking. The question is if they try to recover it or not, which will probably mean at least a lower retest, 5,900. Maybe lower high. There's like 26 minutes left. Charm favors the Bears a little bit here. It's close though. It'll probably flip pretty hard back the other way above 59.15. Even at 59.15. $5,900 test. Hmm. This is a great spot to sell puts. If they're gonna sell them. You end up selling GME calls? No, but I got some puts on it. Briefly. Choose to interpret Jensen more bullishly for the sake of leaping it again overnight. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they want to close under the color. It's definitely not ideal. It also pushes volatility up a lot, which risks their out of the money positioning. Taco, taco, taco. Nice. Hmm. Crazy Trump makes those comments right before NVIDIA earnings. Yeah, especially after pulling them back last week. Hmm. Still slipping a little bit. Time is it? 20 minutes till close. Hmm. I wonder if this is going to reverse. Test GN before close. Hmm. $59.10 still kind of hanging on by a thread there. It falls off really fast to the upside too, though. What's interesting is none of the like 15 and 20, now 10, 15, and 20 puts have closed like all day. And like the 30, 35 puts are still there. Lots of sold puts at 58.90, 5900. Some at 05, but not much higher than that. WinV. There's not a lot of positive gamma under us. Barely any. So, I mean, the market maker is not particularly buying the dip very heavily here. Maybe on the bump and vol, but I don't think it's not when it's like this. Why do I have this turtle head PNS next to my name? That's me as a tiny unicorn. Cause you're a cutie. Yeah, because that's what I'd look like as a unicorn. Damn, somebody is snapping those up. It's fucking. These antihistamines kill me later in the day. I gotta get off the fucking, yeah, they fuck you up. Yeah. I'm just gonna start taking the steroids. Oh, fuck you up. It's the hydroxyzine. Hey, Mr. Pickle, I heart you. Thank you for being here and teaching us. Anytime. Starting to get some more bot calls to the upside now. A few of the in the money puts shaking off. Some sold puts coming in at 905 and 915 again. Some more bot calls in the money at 85 and then at spot. Spot 905, 910, and 915. Might be a little too late in the day for them to have any significant impact. But they're sure trying. It's a 95 test. It's gonna be hard to move this to the upside. Zysol is different than Zyrtec, but honestly, like the citrazine ones, it's different than Zyrtec, but it's got some similarities. Jesus, is there news? I don't know. U.S. money market asset, money market fund assets down. Market on close and balance is a bit negative, but I don't see any other news. Musk tried to block Sam Altman's big AI deal in the Middle East. This probably would have rallied without Trump chiming in on the chip thing. Been on citrazine for a while now, and it hasn't messed me up like the others. That's weird. So Zyzol's supposed to be like, so citrazine's kind of like in between like the first generation antihistamines like Benadryl and hydroxyzine and those, which are make you super fucking drowsy. And then like the newer ones like famotidine and stuff. Claritin? Yeah, I have. I usually have to use all of them. I know citrazine is second gen, but it has some permeability of the blood-brain barrier, which like Allegra and Claritin don't. But that was the whole purpose of Zysol, was it wasn't supposed to have the drowsy, like the same drowsy like effect that Zyrtec has, or just regular citrazine, because it's what like a salt or dichloride. I forget what its chemical makeup is, but it's like exactly it's like almost the same as citrazine. I don't know what any of this means. Look at us going to test gamma neutral. Boop. Have you tried not having allergies? Zyzol's an isomer. Think of it as mirrored Zyrtec that doesn't have as much BBBB permeability. Okay, yeah, that's how it's been explained to me. Was that it would make me less drowsy than citrazine. But when my allergies are really bad, they give me hydroxyzine, which fucks me up really bad. Like, it's almost impossible to stay awake. Yeah, I don't like the steroids. I've taken them though. They make me feel bloaty. I like the Astapro. The Zetylene. No, Fluticasone. Where do I spell Astroglide? I think I tried those once, but I don't remember which one they gave me. I don't remember it doing a whole lot. Yeah, I've been on like every allergy medication known to man at some point, and the shots and all of it. I'm allergic to literally everything. Like if it's alive, I'm allergic to it, and then some things that aren't. I've never tried Astroglide for allergies. You should buy 22 HEPA filters in an ET level bubble room. That's what I have. You tried half your port to be allergy free. No, I'm used to it now. It just sucks. I'm allergic to a bunch of the things that go in salad too. I have a cat. Tried New York City gutter honey. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ding ding. Well, that was an interesting slip at the end of the day there, especially after all the puts closed. I guess we can thank Trump for that one. He rugged the bulls pretty hard. They had a nice turnaround going. Although I do think closed a little bit above the market maker's expected move, a little bit below mine. Just a tap of gamma neutral there, and then a slight bounce into close. Obviously, we have NVIDIA earnings overnight, so I'm not sure that where we close here actually matters. It'll just matter what things look like post NVIDIA earnings. But we did lose the 5,900 level on ES. This confirming the breakdown and rejection of the retest of the longer term trend there that we failed last week. So this opens up test to the downside 58.76, maybe like 58.55, possibly further, maybe a new low. Lower high on the bounce and a confirmed rejection. But NVIDIA can turn all that around, so I'd probably ignore the technicals until after earnings, and then if they're still valid, maybe pay attention to them. Yields at the top end of the curve moving up a little today, but not very much. Definitely some bear steepening though. Dixie at 99.9, up about 35 points. BTC down 2%. Some moves in commodities. Gold kind of flat, which is with the dollar climbing a little surprising. With silver taking a bigger hit. Copper down and oil up. Most of the index is about the same. I guess Russell got hit a little bit harder than everything else. So some pullback in small caps. We did get a little bit of a turnaround in correlation, and correlation did not move up or move down as much as our prior low back on the 16th. And breakdowns were symmetric across the 1 and 3 month. So a little bit of a pullback in correlation there as we get closer to the end of the month. We may see some of that dispersion break further down tomorrow. The reason being is I think the MMs are carrying a lot of delta into NVIDIA earnings. Obviously, it's highly speculated. There's going to be a lot of long vol there, and that means the MM's going to be short that vol, and if vol crushes, we could see a lot of delta dumped on the single stock side, and if that's the case, we might see volatility pick up on the indexes a little bit into the end of the week. Obviously, be wary of like end of month window dressing, but I think it's reasonable to assume that they're probably just a little bit over long. Bears actually overcame the 5,900 support. No, bears were mostly gone by the end of the day. The bot puts like fucking closed out on the first dip. Trump just said some shit about restricting chip access for China again, which is diametrically opposed to the trade agreement. So yeah, he kind of pulled that one out of his hat when the bulls were trying to break through 59.20. Anyway, maybe a little uptick in bond volatility, but probably not much. We might see more of that tomorrow, though, with the GDP release. Still not a lot of out of the money put interest. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX fell a little bit today, so still some short vol coming in. Breadth picked up a little bit yesterday, well, quite a bit. 69.18% of the S&P moving back above its 20-day moving average over the long weekend. Fed fund futures still basically that pricing in a rate cut for September, and we got like a 3% move higher in the bear steepener. Over here, we retested and failed the trend on the daily, and failed to break back above that prior trend there. This is the second failure and a lower high, which means that we can get a pullback here even as far as the 200 MA over a few days, possibly further, given that this is a larger failure over the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we'll be watching the 58.37 level, 57.73, and 56.96. Some importance to the 200 MA and the 30 EMA, kind of in between those. I'm fairly close to them, though, so I won't be too worried about it. And then, this would probably distribute out back around the, like 55.80 level. A failure there would be very bad, but I could see it pulling back that far. So there's actually still quite a bit of room to the downside, and volatility is still fairly elevated. I kind of want to see what sectors were hit the worst today. Finance, health technology, I mean everything kind of broadly. Tech services held up a little bit better than most. Electric technology, not so much. Everything else pretty red. About the NQ. Yeah, NQ kind of looked like shit too. So yeah, we'll see what NVIDIA earnings look like. If they're positive, we could recover from this drop pretty quickly. So see what happens tonight. Obviously, pay attention to what they have to say. They're very important earnings. So, and I think that's it. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.